We're also live on YouTube.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the arbitration hearing with the County of Woodlands County and the town of Whitecourt for an ICF arbitration. We're continuing the evidence of Mr. Scott Webb this morning. Mr. Webb, I see that you're there. Do you acknowledge that you're still under your promise to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, do you wish to continue your questioning?
I do. Thank you, Ms. House. Mr. Webb, thank you for coming back this morning, and I apologize for having to do that, but I will try not to be very long with you this morning. Am I correct, Mr. Webb, that part of the county's fire department responsibilities would also include responding to motor vehicle accidents?
The only part that responds to motor vehicle accidents is forest and line fire.
Okay.
Other departments are called, but they're not trained, so they provide backup.
So Fort Assiniboine provides first response to motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And your other departments only provide support to another department?
Yes.
And with respect to Fort Assiniboine, is there a standard operating procedure in terms of what equipment or personnel is called out to respond to a motor vehicle accident?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to say there would be in the standard operating agreements, but I can't exactly tell you which one it is or what's in there.
Do you have an understanding of how many members would be dispatched to respond to a motor vehicle accident?
We would take a rescue truck and a engine.
All right, a rescue truck and an engine, and how many personnel would that involve?
Usually, I'm going to say minimum probably about 8, 4 on each truck.
And would a member be required to also provide traffic control on the highway when responding to those incidents?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Webb, can you turn to Mr. Timchishin's fire statement that you responded to? So his statement of June 30th. And to page 441 of that statement. I'm sorry, we can.
Can we just pause for a moment? Sorry, we have our system logged in through someone, but then Mr. Webb can't see that. Oh, it's pulled up on the, can you see it there? Okay?
Yep.
We'll take care of this.
Do you need a minute or can you see that, Mr. Webb, in terms of reviewing it?
Yeah.
All right. Yesterday, you described in your evidence meeting with some industrial developers or industrial developments in the county, and I believe one of them you referred to was ANC. Is that correct?
The mills, yes.
Okay, and sorry, more specifically, you talked about certain industrial facilities that had their own private firefighting force and meeting with them to review that. Was one of those ANC?
I met with members of members of ANC, yes.
And ANC is the Alberta Newsprint Company?
Yes.
And we described the fact that occasionally industrial developments that had their own private firefighters may still need to call 911. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Are you aware or did you discuss specifically with ANC the fact that they had called on the town to respond to a fire in 2019?
No, because I wasn't here in 2019.
Right. During your discussions with ANC, did you have any discussions about the fire support that's provided by the town of Whitecourt?
No.
Is it your understanding, Mr. Webb, have you reviewed in the course of responding to this statement from Mr. Tintishan the various incident details such as this one that were included in his report?
I did not go through all of them. I can only speak to the stuff that happened since March 8th when I started here. When you go through the history, I don't know what happened anything prior to that.
All right.
With ANC it was kind of a meet and greet and just to get to understand what they have out there. I don't know the whole workings of ANC or Blue Ridge yet. I'm still in the learning process with the mills and the industry organizations that are in the county.
Okay, fair enough, Mr. Webb. Does the county track incident responses in a similar way? In other words, do you keep reports of each incident where your team is called out to respond to a fire or another incident?
Yes, they're tracked in a software program, yes.
And does that program track the number of firefighters who are responding to each incident?
Yes, the fire chiefs complete their fire reports after every incident.
And did you review those in the course of preparing your witness statement?
Did I review those in accordance with preparing my witness statement? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. In other words, as part of swearing your evidence.
I look at our fire calls when they come in. Yes, I do.
All right. Would you be able to open Mr. Frank's witness statement on fire services dated June 30, 2021?
I'll just grab.
All right, and if you turn to paragraph 24 of his witness statement, that's on page 8.
Correct, Mr. Ward?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Mr. Frank says in that statement that it is often adequate for a two-person crew to respond to a fire in the county. Mr. Webb, in the course of reviewing your own incident reports, is it fair to say that in most circumstances, more than 2 firefighters are called upon to respond to an incident in the county?
Are you going back to the question that you asked Mr. Webb yesterday, and then he gave you an answer about who attends initially?
Well, no, Mr. Webb has indicated that he also has reports tracked with respect to the responses by county firefighters, and he indicated he reviewed those. So
He
now
said, I think the answer was that you reviewed. Maybe you can just clarify whether Mr. Webb was talking about. I heard the answer to be he reviews them as they come in, which to me says since he got here in March. But if you want to ask him whether he did in the past as well, I don't think that was what the answer he gave, but I don't know, and I don't interfere with your questioning. I just think that if you're asking for stuff in the past, I don't know whether that was what the witness gave evidence about. He definitely said, I review them as like they come in.
okay, well, if it satisfies you, Ms. Roberts, I'm happy to narrow my question to from March of 2021 until today, when you've started. Those, Mr. Webb, are the reports that you would review as they come in?
Yes, as the calls are completed and the fire chiefs put their reports in the program, I would get notification that, yes, they're entered, and I would go in and review them and discuss the calls with the fire chiefs.
And so if we focus just on that time frame, is it fair to say that it would be typical for more than 2 members to respond to fire in the calls that you're reviewing?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Webb, can we go back to your own witness statement and turn to paragraph 19? So that's on page 4 of your witness statement. You've indicated there that the airport primarily services commercial and hobby aircraft, correct?
Yes.
And you state that the airport does not require any specialized fire service, correct?
That's correct.
And that's your opinion, Mr. Webb?
That's my opinion through experience. Yes. Yes.
So that's based on your experience as a firefighter and your familiarity with the county as its fire services manager?
Yes.
And your belief is that the main risk at the airport is based on fuel fires, is that correct?
Well, the main risk would be the fuel coming out of a crashed airplane, yes.
Is it correct that there's a 737 tanker based out of the Whitecourt Airport to respond to wildfires?
I have no idea.
You're not familiar with which flights are using the airport, Mr. Webb?
No, I'm not.
If you turn ahead to paragraph 21 of your witness statement on the next page. You indicate there that the county has set service levels that you attach as tab 3. Just to be clear, those service levels pertain to areas of the county that are not directly serviced by the Whitecourt Fire Department. Is that correct? And sorry, you can turn to tab 3 to confirm that, Mr. Webb.
You just repeat your question?
Yeah, I'm just wanting Mr. Webb to confirm that the service levels relate to areas of the county that are not serviced directly by the Whitecourt Fire Department.
I see. You understand the question?
Yes, yeah, I'm just. Yes.
Hold on. The question is, does tab 3 only relate to areas of the county other than the area immediately surrounding the town that the town might be called upon to assist? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about the boundary of the town, Mr. Ward?
Sorry, my question was, do the service levels pertain to the areas of the county not directly serviced by the Whitecourt Fire Department? And
So you're asking, just a second, what you're doing is you're asking Mr. Webb to explain what he understands this document to cover. If it's all of the county or only the county that's not around the town. Is that right?
well,
I don't
yeah,
understand your question, so I'm wondering if the witness is understanding your question.
well, I assumed he did understand the question in answering it. I've asked it a few times.
Well, Mr. Ward.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt.
I'm going to object to him answering that question.
So our normal practice is if a witness does not understand the question, the witness should say they don't understand the question.
Agreed, except the question is confusing.
The question was, that policy, does it set service levels that apply in areas that are not serviced by the town?
That's correct.
And yes, Ms. Arbitrator, this policy does set service levels that are not serviced by the town.
Thank you. And Mr. Webb, do you agree that the service levels will vary depending on the particular needs of each area of the county?
I don't believe that structural protection needs will vary whether it's around Whitecourt or outside in the county. I don't believe that. If you're referring to the industrial firefighting at the airport, I still stand by that. You could still manage it with a regular engine, tanker, hydrants, and Class B foam.
Okay. But in a more general sense, Mr. Webb, before we get to that, you would agree that service levels vary to recognize that there are different circumstances in different areas of the county. It's such that the needs are different throughout different parts of the county. Is that fair?
No.
You think that a uniform fire response is appropriate in each separate fire district in the county?
Yes.
And so, for example, would you agree that Fort Assiniboine's service levels are the same as those in other smaller fire districts in the county?
Well, yes, well, they are, but Fort Assiniboine also has a higher upgraded service levels because of their distance and the training requirements that we have over there.
Okay. Is Fort Assiniboine also different because it contains a more urban environment than other areas of the county?
No.
So is it your view that there is any difference in service levels required in urban environments than there are in rural areas?
No.
Mr. Webb, if you go ahead to your, oh, sorry, you're in the exhibit. If you go back to paragraph 24 of your witness statement. You indicate that firefighters may not be trained to provide services that are set in the county's service levels. Is that correct?
Well, the firefighters that aren't trained to provide those services either haven't had the training or that specific hall may not need that full service level.
So the service levels that are set are essentially an aspirational document that the county intends to shoot toward. Is that fair?
No, no. The service levels are set so we can maintain a fire level within our county.
Right. But it would be the case that simply because you've set that service level doesn't suggest that every member is trained to that standard at all times. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Webb, what happens if an emergency occurs in an area where the county's fire department are not trained to respond to it?
Then we use our mutual aid agreements or with our mutual aid partners.
Including the town of Whitecourt?
Yeah.
Similarly, in paragraph 25, where it talks about the service levels with respect to equipment and materials, are there circumstances where a particular emergency call that requires specialized equipment that would be unavailable to the county fire department would occur?
I guess there could be, yes.
And is that another circumstance where the town's fire department or mutual aid partners could be called upon to use that specialized equipment to respond?
They could be, yes. We may even have to call industrial teams. It all depends on the nature of the emergency.
When you talk about calling on industrial partners, are you aware of whether any industrial partners have rated pumpers to respond to an incident?
That's information I don't have in front of me.
In paragraph 27 at the bottom of that page, Mr. Webb, you refer to having mutual aid agreements with a number of municipalities, Lac St. Anne, Yellowhead, and Barrhead. Just to be clear, although you didn't include the town, I take it the town also provides mutual aid to all of the county's fire districts?
I'm going to say yes, as called upon, as required. I don't recall them responding past Blue Ridge, but we would use our other partners out that way, just for response times.
All right. Ms. House, may I just have 2 minutes before we conclude?
Yes.
Thank you for that indulgence. Mr. Webb, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Ms. House, do you have questions for Mr. Webb?
I have one question, maybe two. Mr. Webb, you indicated that you have, since March of this year, gone on a couple of calls. You've seen the firefighters in action. Can you tell me approximately how many times?
I've been on about 5 actual calls this year. Every week I am Monday, Wednesdays, I am at a hall for practice. I attend practices every Monday and Wednesday. I alternate between Goose Lake and Blue Ridge on Wednesday and Fort Assiniboine and Salmo on Mondays.
Thank you. That's my question. Anything arising?
No, Ms. House.
I had one question that was in clarification of the question that I was concerned about with respect to making sure you're asking and answering the same question. Ms. House, if I may ask Mr. Webb one question with respect to that.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Webb, you recall being asked the question, sorry to go back to your paragraph in your, it's with respect to tab 3 to your witness statement, you recall Mr. Ward asking you about the scope of coverage of this policy, or sorry, the service level in section 12.2. You see that there?
Yes.
Page 11 of your report, or sorry, of your statement. And you recall Mr. Ward asking you whether this is for services outside, not provided by the Whitecourt Fire Department?
Yes.
And you recall saying yes to that question?
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct to say that this where it says policy, everything that follows that on this document refers to the fire protection services that are provided throughout the entirety of Woodlands County?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Anything arising?
No, Ms. House, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to look back at this. Ms. House, I believe our housekeeping item that we were going to take care of at this interval was, before we call Ms. Anderson, was to mark the statement made in reply by Ms. Orbo, the Corporate Services Director for the county, as the next exhibit. I have that as 9.
Yes, and Mr. Ward, I understand you had no objections to marking that without the witness appearing.
No, Ms. House.
So we will mark that Alice Burbo's reply statement as exhibit 9.
Thank you. Okay. And then the next item, I think we're calling Ms. Anderson next.
Yes.
And just for clarity, I think we didn't, Ms. Colette Miller is, I noticed, has joined us as observing. Colette Miller is our financial services expert. Other than that, the only other person in the room with me today is Mr. Frank, Gordon Frank, the CAO for the town. I neglected to mention that earlier, obviously. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'll do is excuse myself to go retrieve the witness. And then I'll be right back. I probably need about 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
We are. So what I'll do is, Ms. Anderson, what I forgot to mention, I'm just setting up you with that computer there, is that Ms. Howes will, I'll introduce you and then we'll have Ms. Howes affirm, that basically like swear you in as a witness. And we'll go through putting your statement in and then they'll be confirmed. So Heather Anderson has provided a reply statement with respect to Family Community Support Services. Just here to give evidence about that indirect. And before I get to that, we'll just have Ms. Howes swear you in. Okay.
Thank you. Heather Anderson, Anderson, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, I'm Deborah Howes. I'm the arbitrator, and our practice is to ask witnesses to take a civil promise or to make a civil promise to tell the truth, and we call it the affirmation. Okay, do you have any objection to doing so?
No.
Okay, so Heather Anderson, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Hey, Ms. Anderson, you have before you your witness statement on CSS.
Yes.
Okay, it's dated July 2021.
Yes.
If I could have you turn to on the top, at page number 10 on the top right hand corner. Sorry, page 11. Sorry. Just copy that to my copy. Oh, okay. I didn't set up your electronic copy. Ms. Antler, may I have you pull up the electronic copy for the witness on the screen and screen share that? Thank you so much. I just want you to turn to your signature page. Oh, yeah. And you confirm that that is your signature there of your written name?
Yes.
Okay, and you reviewed the statement before you signed it?
I did.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge at that time, the contents were true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a chance to review it again before today's examination?
Yes.
Okay. And any corrections or clarifications, or is it still true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
True and accurate. Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. And I take it that you reviewed the materials that were appended as well prior to them being appended to the document?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, but I would ask that you please answer the questions from Mr. Ward, counsel for the town, as well as any questions that Madam Arbitrator may have for you. Yes.
Mr. Ward, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And Ms. Roberts, and just in terms of orienting everyone, I would refer Ms. Anderson obviously to her statement, but also I'll make references to Ms. Grande's statement on FCSS that she was responding to. So those are the two that you may have prepared in the course of my questions.
Thank you. So Ms. Anderson has a copy of the written portion of, like the text portion of Ms. Grande's FCSS statement, but not the tabs. So we'll just, if you give us a moment, I'm just going to ask that Ms. Antler have that available as well, and then we will make sure that that's available to Ms. Anderson on the laptop that's in front of her, so that if she needs to look at that instead. So give me one moment. Okay, both are ready, Mr. Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, if you turn to paragraph 7 of your witness statement, that's on the second page. You indicate there that the county does very little FCSS programming and service delivery. And sorry, firstly, I should just confirm for the record, if I refer to Family and Community Support Services as FCSS, we're obviously referring to the same thing. Sorry, did you say yes?
Sorry, I did say yes.
Okay, thank you. You go on in that paragraph to say, in part, this is a function of the county's population being spread over a large area, creating practical and economic challenges for the economic scaling, coordination, and delivery of community services. Would you agree that a majority of the county's population lives within 10 kilometers of Whitecourt?
Yes.
And you agree that there are residential developments located in the county around the fringe of the town of Whitecourt?
Yes.
In paragraph 7, you indicate that the county contributes operating funds to local service providers and facilities in each area of the county. Does that also historically include directly contributing to the town of Whitecourt's FCSS programs?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so when you talk about the county contributing operating funds to local service providers and facilities, does it historically also include directly contributing to the town's FCSS programs?
Yes.
In paragraph 10 of your witness statement, you've described the county's services earlier, and then you say you also partner with municipalities such as Mayerthorpe, the County of Lac St. Anne, and Barrhead. And again, I take it that the town of Whitecourt should be added to that list as well.
Yes.
And in fact, would you agree that the county's most significant partner in terms of the delivery of FCSS services is the town of Whitecourt?
Based on population and service delivery, yes.
And so you say that in terms of when you say population, the largest portion of the county's population is serviced by the town's FCSS services, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you turn to tab 10 of your witness statement, and specifically on page 139.
Page which, sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay, 139.
139. Go up here and type it out. I see it right there.
And this is an excerpt from tab 10. So if you want to review, I believe this is the county's 2019 FCSS report. Is that correct?
Do you want to scroll up and make sure?
Yeah,
Yes,
I was just
here.
one moment.
Yes,
Yes.
it starts on 136. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So at the bottom of that page that we're on, page 139, it shows a figure of 133,846. Is that the amount the county contributed to the Whitecourt FCSS program in that year?
Yes.
And so that also implies that the county only contributed $12,500 to the Barrhead FCSS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And $7,100 to the Mayerthorpe FCSS.
Yes.
And if you go to the next page, 140, does that indicate that the total expenditures by the county for all FCSS services was $222,397?
Yes.
So again, in 2019, the majority of the county's FCSS funding was directed to the town of Whitecourt.
Yes.
And we talked about earlier, you said that's because of population and service delivery. We talked about population. When you talk about service delivery, Is it also the case that Whitecourt FCSS provides most of the FCSS programming accessed by county residents?
Yes.
All right. If you turn back to paragraph 27 of your witness statement. Sorry, that's on page 9.
Yes, I'm ready.
You indicate there that your role in liaising with county residents and community service providers, county residents generally access FCSS programming and services in the most convenient location for their needs. And so I take it that for the majority of county residents living close to the town, that would mean their location of choice would be the town of Whitecourt.
Not always.
Okay. What the phrase you used in paragraph 27 is generally. So would it generally be the case that they would access services in the town of Whitecourt?
Yes.
You also indicate that county residents in and around Blue Ridge and Anselmo access community services in Mayerthorpe as well as the town. Do you have any statistics or information to show the number of people that access FCSS services in Mayerthorpe as opposed to the town?
No, we provide them funding, but we do not get reports of what services and numbers and outcome measures are through FCSS.
All right. You would agree with me that Mayerthorpe's population is much smaller than the town of Whitecourt?
Yes.
Just over 1,000 people as opposed to over 10,000 people in Whitecourt.
Okay.
Okay. Would you also agree that the FCSS programming offered in Mayerthorpe is not as extensive as the programming offered in Whitecourt?
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Do you have any understanding of what level of FCSS programming is offered in Mayerthorpe?
I don't.
All right. And is that the same answer with respect to Barrhead?
Yes.
You don't have, sorry, and I should ask the question, you don't have any particular understanding of what FCSS services are offered by Barrhead?
No, we don't get reports from them.
All right. If you go to paragraph 11 of your witness statement, so that's on page 3. I take it that the county also directly contributes FCSS funding to certain third-party groups.
Yes.
So in paragraph 11 and continuing in paragraph 12, and I can give you a chance to read it, you list and append several county policies regarding community grants. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that not all of those policies apply to FCSS funding in particular?
Yes.
So for example, if we look at tab 4, which is on page 96 of your statement. This policy relates to recreation, arts, and cultural group funding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that FCSS funding is generally not to be used for arts and cultural activities?
Yes.
And would you also agree that FCSS funding is not to be used for purely leisure or recreational activities?
Yes.
And generally speaking, is FCSS programming geared more towards social and community support programming?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, so distinguishing from recreation, arts, culture, leisure, or recreational activities, is FCS funding geared towards social and community support programming?
It's more preventative in nature, and you can, depending on what the program is, and if you can demonstrate a need, it can fall into those categories.
All right. If you refer to Ms. Grande's witness statement on FCSS, and in that appendix 7 of her witness statement starts at page 26. That's the document on the screen here, Ms. Anderson. Do you see that?
I do.
I can give you a minute to review this, but would you agree that those are the types of services that FCSS would normally include?
Yes,
And the list does not include recreational activities, correct?
your list doesn't, no.
Okay. Nor does it include arts and cultural activities.
Your list doesn't, no.
Would you agree with me that recreational campgrounds would not be eligible for FCSS funding?
Yes,
All right, if we go back to your witness statement, at paragraph 17, starting on page 5, 17, introduce a list that you have funded. And then the list starts on page 5 with A, Boys and Girls Club of Whitecourt. Do you see that list there?
I do.
Are those organizations that you say have received FCSS funding from the county?
Yes,
And for instance, G refers to Goose Lake Recreation Association.
Yes.
Am I correct that the association operates a campground and marinas?
they do. The funding was not necessarily for the campground, though. The association also offers seniors programming in their community.
And is that specifically what the FCSS funding supported in that case?
Yes, they are the funder, and that's where the money went to, as they are the financial body.
Okay. And S refers to the Blue Ridge Library.
Yes,
Do you know, firstly, would you agree that generally libraries are not funded through FCSS funding?
yes,
And do you know what the funding was for in relation to that particular item?
no, I do not.
The list that you've included here is a number of organizations that have received grant funding from the county, but is it fair to say that not all of them are related to FCSS?
No, they all qualified. They all were vetted and they followed the program.
You're just not sure what the specific services offered were in each case?
It was before my time and I cannot speak to it.
The list of organizations you provided here includes organizations based in the town of Whitecourt. Is that fair?
Yes,
Would you agree, Ms. Anderson, that under past cost share agreements, FCSS grants made by the county to groups in Whitecourt were credited against the county's cost share obligations to the town's FCSS services?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Did you have any involvement in dealing with the cost sharing agreement or information sharing to support the cost sharing agreement between the town and county?
No.
All right. If you turn to paragraph 19 of your witness statement. So here you've listed a number of arts and culture grants given to community organizations between 2016 and 2019. Do you see that?
do,
So it includes, for example, the Whitecourt Rotary Music Festival. Would you agree with me that's an activity that's not eligible for FCSS funding?
yes, that is why it's an arts and culture grant.
All right. So the arts and culture grants you've listed here, you're not suggesting those are receiving FCSS funding. These are separate grants that the county provides?
Yes,
And is that also the case with respect to paragraph 20 and the recreation-oriented programming that you provide?
yes,
And if you turn to paragraph 23 on the next page. Your understanding is that Eastlink Park is not related to FCSS, is that correct?
yes,
And that also is characterized, as you would put it, as recreational programming?
yes,
In
Sorry.
paragraph,
Just to clarify, in paragraph 23, it refers to recreation and community services. And then she gives the example of Eastlink Park. I think it's characterized in the statement.
yes, that's fine, thank you. In paragraph 25 of your statement, Ms. Anderson, you talk about the Winter Parks Society. Do you see that?
yes,
And just to confirm again, are they receiving any FCSS funding from the county?
no,
Sorry, just give me 1 second. Ms. Howes, I apologize. My computer froze for a minute. Can I just have a minute to fix this?
No problem. Why don't we take 10 minutes so people can stretch their legs?
Sure, sounds good. Thank you.
We'll come back at 10 after, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for that. Thank you very much.
No problem. Mr. Ward, before you start questioning, I omitted to mark the exhibit. So if you have no objections, we'll mark Heather Anderson's witness statement as Exhibit 10.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Carry on.
All right. Ms. Anderson, at paragraph 18 of your witness statement, you refer to 9 community groups that the county funds regularly. And I just want to confirm that none of those community groups are located in the town of Whitecourt. So
No.
is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. At tab 8 of your witness statement, you also refer to insurance payments the county makes to various organizations. Again, none of those are the same 9 organizations that are not located in the town of Whitecourt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to paragraph 31 of your witness statement? That's on page 10.
Yes.
You indicate that the town alone decided where FCSS funding was allocated. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that FCSS services are discussed by a community services advisory board?
Yes.
And is it true that the county has a representative on the community services advisory board?
They have a counselor, yes.
And does the Community Services Advisory Board regularly make recommendations to the town on the allocation of FCSS funding?
I can't answer that. I don't attend those meetings.
Are you familiar with whether recommendations by the Community Services Advisory Board are regularly accepted by the town of Whitecourt?
Yes.
You agree that they're regularly accepted by the town?
Oh, I can't answer that. Sorry. I misunderstood.
Oh, okay. So you were agreeing that you also are not aware as to whether that's the case.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that if there is a disagreement at the committee level, that issues can be referred to the Joint Liaison Committee? Are you familiar with that process?
No.
All right. Ms. Anderson, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. House, I have one area, and hopefully it will only be one question other than the clarifications, but I just have one area arising.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, do you recall being asked by Mr. Ward that the majority of FCSS services delivered to county residents were provided by the town?
Yes,
And do you recall answering yes to that question?
I do.
Do you know whether the town delivers all of those FCSS services to county residents directly, or whether they use any third parties for doing it?
No, I do not. I believe they give other grants out, but we don't get any reporting back from the town.
You're saying you don't get any reporting back on how the town contributions are spent, or sorry, how that county contributions are spent?
Yes, and there are grants to third parties.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, I have one question, and it's on paragraph 23 of your statement, page 7. And I'm not sure if I heard the answer correctly or not, so I just need clarification. When you say in paragraph 23, recreation and community services provided by third parties, that when you say recreation and community services, that is not FCSS services, is that right?
That is right.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything arising?
No, Ms. House.
I don't have anything either, Ms. House. Is the witness excused?
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the next witness is intended to be Mr. Frank, and Mr. Frank has put in a number of statements. So he's got an original statement with respect to fire, original statement that's general evidence. And then in addition to that, there's a reply with respect to cemetery and a reply with respect to library. I had intended to put in the evidence with respect to the fire first, given that we dealt with fire earlier. And I assume that will take us probably to our lunch break. So I thought rather than putting all the statements in at once, that was how I was intending to proceed. Anyone has any concerns?
I wasn't going to start with fire, and it was possible that the witness statements sort of overlap in terms of his general statement, along with fire in the other areas. I might suggest if you're going to introduce all of them as exhibits, we could go through that and have you clarify them, and then we can just continue on with the cross-examination unless you have some concern about that.
I do have some concern insofar as there's a reply from Ms. Barney about financial services, and Ms. Borgo got back from vacation yesterday, so I actually need an opportunity to speak with her because I did not have the chance to do that yesterday given my schedule after our hearing. So my request would be that and I can do that over the lunch break, but what I would like to do is just be in a position to not have Mr. Frank give evidence about that issue with respect to Ms. Barney's reply statement, just because this has been a summer vacation schedule issue that and my court application went till 4:30 and it's been adjourned actually till next Tuesday. So I apologize for that. I just really couldn't control that piece of it. But yeah, so what I'd like to do, I wonder, Mr. Ward, would you be agreeable to us introducing the reply statements on cemetery and library, taking us to our lunch break, even if that's a bit early, and then we can have Mr. Frank give evidence generally, but I may be able to speak to him about the financial piece with Ms. Borgo now that she will be available on that brief lunch break.
That's fine. I can certainly refrain from asking anything on the financial piece. My concern is just that his general evidence obviously sort of touches on all the other areas. So it may be artificial to exclude that one while only focusing on the others because they are interrelated.
Fair enough.
Take
a break now instead, like maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I can advise again that we're making very good time from our perspective. As I said, in terms of the recreation, your recreation witness not going today, I'm still not sure we would finish with Mr. Frank today, but we, even with a break, will finish very early in the morning to give time tomorrow. So I don't have a concern if you need time now, Ms. Roberts, subject to Ms. Howe's schedule.
I wonder if then Ms. House, may I suggest we come back? It's 10:18 on our clock here. I wonder if we might come back at 10:45 and then we can just carry on. Take a break for lunch at 11:30 or 12, however breaks naturally for Mr. Ward, and then we can carry on through the afternoon.
Okay, so you're requesting that we come back at 10:45?
Yes, please.
Yes, that works. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. We'll be back at 10:45.
Thank you.
Are you ready to go, Miss Roberts?
I am, thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I had all of the statements open that I think Mr. Ward might refer the witness to. So I wonder if I could actually just begin with that before I go ahead. Could we take care of that housekeeping item so that I don't have to cause a disruption after we introduce the witness?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Ward, what I have are the statements that Mr. Frank has signed. So that is the June 30th statement and general evidence, the fire statement initiating, so on June 30th, and then the two replies, library and cemetery. And then I also have Mr. Smill's rebuttal, what you've called rebuttal. So the reply statements from Mr. Smill and Ms. Barney, as well as the general statement of the town from Mr. Smill. I do not know if you want to refer to that, but it's sort of, there's some overlap there, so I just sure. And that's where I wanted some guidance from you, is if there's anything else that I haven't mentioned that you think we need to have open.
I think that's fine for this morning, Ms. Roberts. The two rebuttal statements from the town, I think there's one from Mr. Smeal and one from Ms. Barney. Otherwise, I'll try and refer to Mr. Frank's statements this morning without taking you to other ones until after lunch.
Great, okay, super, thank you. Okay, so then if I may introduce the witness and go through the statements.
Yes.
Have to be one.
Yeah, so Gordon Frank is appearing as the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer for the county. Mr. Frank, what we'll do is we'll put in your statements after Ms. Howes, our arbitrator, has sworn you in as a witness.
Hey, Mr. Frank, good morning. It's
Fine.
F-R-A-N-K, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Gordon Frank, our practice is to ask the witnesses to take a civil promise to commit to tell the truth during the hearing. Any objection with that?
No objection.
Okay, we call that an affirmation. So Gordon Frank, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. So the first, you have put in a number of witness statements in this proceeding. Two statements initiating. I believe, Mr. Frank, I'd like you to turn to, I believe you have on the laptop in front of you, your general evidence statement, which is named Witness Statement of Gordon Frank for Woodlands County, June 30, 2021.
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay. And if I can have you turn to page 20 of that, sorry, 18, I don't know why I went to 20. Sorry, 17 of the statement. 18 is our list of tab materials. On the bottom of 17, it says signed June 30, 2021. And there's a digital signature there above your name. Is that your digital signature?
My computer just froze.
Okay, so sorry, we have it on the screen as well. Can you see it up there?
Yes, that is my digital signature with the Adobe Pro.
And before you signed that statement, did you review the contents of it,
Yes, I did.
including the tab materials?
Yes, I did.
And was it truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you signed it?
At the time I signed it, but there is a correction that the town has pointed out in their reply that paragraph 17 should, yeah,
Wait, sorry, let's just let Madam Antler go to, it's page 7.
Yeah.
At the top of page 7, that paragraph that's on the screen there, the property tax.
that's correct. With the property tax airport landing nearly double between, it should read 2008 and 2020.
2008 and 2020. Okay.
And that was, I re-looked at it once the town pointed it out to
Okay.
through.
And that's your only clarification or correction?
That's correct.
With that, I would ask that the statement be marked as an exhibit. agreeable.
If
And
you have no objection, Mr. Ward, then we'll mark it as number 11.
No objection, Ms. House.
Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
thank you. Okay, next I'd like you to look at your reply statement with respect to the library. Do you have that in front of you?
I do now.
Okay.
Yes.
So the statement says on the front cover, witness statement of yourself on behalf of the county library, July 31, on the first page, so that.
Yes.
And then if you turn to the bottom of page 2,
Yes.
you see right below, signed July 31, 2021, and above your name, that's your signature.
Yes, it is.
And you reviewed this before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
To the best of your knowledge, what are the contents, true and accurate?
Yes.
And you reviewed it again today before you're giving evidence?
Yes.
And does that continue to be the case? That you believe the contents to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I may ask that that statement be marked as the next exhibit?
You have no objection, Mr. Ward, it'll be exhibit 12.
No objection, Ms. House.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just finding my next statement. I have a number of documents open. My apologies. So the next one, whoops. Scrolling too fast. Next statement that I have for you. My apologies. I'm trying to find your fire statement. So you have provided a statement with respect to fire services in first instance. Mr. Frank, it's dated June 30, 2021. Do you have that in front of you?
Cemetery library.
It's also on the screen right now, on the big screen.
Yes. I have it in front of me.
And if I have you turn to page 11, please.
Yes.
Okay, and if you see right below signed June 30, 2021, by and then above your name, that's your electronic signature again.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you reviewed this statement before you signed off on it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And we've also heard from Scott Webb, the manager of protective services. And you're not the manager of protective services.
That's correct.
You're the chief administrative officer, correct?
That's correct.
So in what capacity did you make this statement?
As a chief administrative officer, that is an administrator for fire services, that has experience dealing with fire departments throughout my career.
And again, you reviewed all of the contents of this statement before you signed off on it, correct?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, it was true and accurate on the date that you signed it?
That's correct.
And you've reviewed it again for today?
That's correct.
And does that remain the case? You believe the contents to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
That's correct.
If I may ask that that statement be marked as the next exhibit.
With no objection from Mr. Ward, if he has none, it'll be 13.
No objection, Ms. House.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Frank, you have responded to a statement provided by the town with respect to cemeteries. You have provided a reply statement.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry for the paperweight. That statement was also on the cover. There's an error I noticed. So I'm just going to point this out for the record. It says Scott Gordon Frank. The Scott is incorrect, correct?
That's correct.
That's not part of your name.
Not my middle or first name.
Thank you. And then if we look at that statement, it has 3 pages of the initial statement. On page 3, under signed July 31, 2021, the signature there is yours, I take it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you reviewed this statement and the appendices before you signed it?
Yes,
And
yes,
you,
I do.
and the contents of that statement you believe to be true and accurate at the time that you signed the statement?
Yes, I do.
And do you continue to do that? Do you have any clarifications or do you have any clarifications or corrections?
No,
You believe the contents to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge as of today?
yes, I do.
Thank you. I would just ask that that be marked as the last exhibit, which I think is 14.
You have no objection, Mr. Ward, it'd be number 13.
Objection, Ms. House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for the witness. So Mr. Frank, I would just ask that you answer any questions that Mr. Ward has for you, and then as well, Ms. House, if the Madam Arbitrator has any questions for you, that you please answer them.
I will.
Thank you.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? I
Yes.
have a Renee Thiessen in the waiting room. Is that someone that should be joining?
I think Renee Thiessen is an accountant that works at Ms. Miller's office. I believe Ms. Miller's not available during this time. She may, if there's no objection from Mr. Ward or Ms. House, I'm okay with her going in to observe.
Sorry, no objection from me. Most of our witnesses are watching through the YouTube channel, but if she prefers to attend this way, I don't have any objection.
You can admit her. Thank you very much.
Ms. Thiessen, if I can just ask you to keep your mic off and your camera off while you're observing, that'd be great. Thank you.
Has she done that? Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we're ready to proceed. Go ahead, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Frank, you are currently the Chief Administrative Officer for Woodlands County.
Yes,
And how long have you held that position?
a little over 2 years.
Right. So it was in 2019 that you were appointed as CAO?
That's correct.
All right. And prior to becoming CAO, you were the Director of Planning and Community Services for the county. Is that correct?
Yes,
And how long had you held that position?
July of 2014.
And that's when you first joined the county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your position as Director of Planning and Community Services, were you involved in dealing with any of the cost share agreement issues between the county and the town of Whitecourt?
No, not directly.
Did you have any involvement in negotiations or discussions around an ICF agreement with the town of Whitecourt?
The ICF agreement?
Yes, and I understand you did as CAO, so I'm just asking prior to becoming CAO whether you were involved still in any of those issues.
The preliminary, but not direct.
Okay. What would be your indirect involvement at that time, Mr. Frank?
As being consulted as responsible for the 7 rule around the municipality. I was consulted on the urban side of Whitecourt.
Sorry, Mr. Frank, I apologize. I didn't hear that answer. Could you repeat that?
So I was responsible for the 7 ICFs around the town of the Woodlands County. And as part of that responsibility, I was consulted with the urban side to understand the ICF process.
Right. So you, even before becoming CAO in your role as Director of Planning and Community Services, you were responsible for the negotiation of ICFs with the 7 rural municipalities that Woodlands County entered into?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just making sure I understand. When you refer to being involved in the 7 ICF negotiations, you're referring to the 7 rural municipalities that Woodlands County has negotiated with?
Yes,
And you were engaged in that responsibility as Director of Planning and Community Services?
Yeah, I was the lead on it, yes.
All right. And I take it then in providing a support, you were not the lead with respect to the town of Whitecourt.
Is there a question?
Is that correct?
What's the question?
I'm just confirming that while you were the lead on the other 7, you were not the lead with respect to the town of Whitecourt.
Yes, that's correct.
You're talking about during the period he was the director of community. Okay.
That's correct. And so during that time, Mr. Frank, who was the lead responsible for that?
My understanding is the CAO.
All right. And that was Luc Mercier at the time?
That is correct.
And was there a period of time after Mr. Mercier left before you became the CAO?
Yes,
And during that period of time, would the other interim CAOs have been responsible for cost sharing agreement and ICF negotiations with the town of Whitecourt?
I would assume so.
Are you able to confirm the date that Mr. Mercier left as CAO of the county?
No, I cannot.
Can you confirm who the CAOs were between Mr. Mercier and yourself?
Pat Vincent and Paul Hamlin, that's the thing. There we go.
All right. And Mr. Frank, when you say you provided a support role, what type of responsibilities or information did you have in supporting negotiations with the town of Whitecourt prior to becoming CAO?
Whatever the CAO needed information.
And so would it relate to information with respect to planning and community services? In other words, was the information you were asked about restricted to the areas of your responsibility at that time?
Oh, I can't remember.
All right. Mr. Frank, can you turn first to Exhibit 11, which is your general statement of June 30th?
Paragraph 11?
It's just Exhibit 11. He's calling it Exhibit 11.
Oh, okay.
Your general statement.
Okay.
Sorry, yes. If you actually turn to paragraph 8.
Oh, I got the secretary, sorry.
Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Frank?
Number 8, yes, I do.
All right. So in this paragraph, you indicate that schedules A and B to the cost sharing agreement set out the services that each municipality was to provide. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in subparagraph A, you indicate the services to be provided by the county were airport, agricultural society, and joint economic development services. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And then in paragraph B, do you see where you've listed the services to be provided by the town?
That's correct.
Has the county contributed to recreational services run and funded by the town since 2008?
Yes,
And has the town's fire department continued to be responsible for providing fire protection services to portions of the county since 2008?
yes,
Has the Whitecourt Cemetery continued to be accessible to residents of both the town and the county?
You'd have to ask the town that question.
Are you aware as to whether both town and county residents continue to benefit from discounted fees to purchase plots in the Whitecourt Cemetery?
You'd have to ask the town that question.
You're not aware of those things, Mr. Frank?
Indirectly, no.
I take it then the Whitecourt Cemetery is operated by the town of Whitecourt?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Do you know whether the county operates any cemeteries where town of Whitecourt residents receive discounted rates?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you aware as to whether the county, Woodlands County, operates any cemeteries where the town of Whitecourt residents receive discounted rates?
Discounted rates? I'm not understanding that question. What's a discounted rate?
Well, a rate offered to county or to residents of the county or town, which is less than individuals from any other location.
So the question again then?
Are you aware of whether the county operates any cemeteries where town and county residents receive that type of discounted rate?
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand the question. Are you asking if they receive a discounted rate because they're county residents, or because, am I aware of any cemeteries that we own that get a different rate than anybody else?
Sorry, Mr. Frank, what I had asked with respect to the town cemetery is whether they had continued to offer a discounted rate on the basis of residents residing in either the county or the town. And you indicated no, you weren't aware of that. It's the town cemetery. So then my question was with respect to any cemeteries operated by the county, do you know whether similarly they offer a rate which is lesser on the basis of someone residing in either the county or the town of Whitecourt?
So I guess the best way to answer that, the county operates a cemetery that in accordance with our bylaw, that there is one fee for all individuals that choose to use that service.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Is it your understanding that the Whitecourt Cemetery is the largest cemetery within the borders of the town and county?
Not aware of that.
Do you know of any cemetery in the county that's larger than the town of Whitecourt Cemetery?
Not aware of that.
All right, going to the fourth item in your paragraph. Are you aware as to whether the town's family and community support services programs are still being made available to county residents?
No, not aware of that.
Do you have any familiarity with FCSS services, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding of the FCSS services that are provided by the town?
In general terms.
And is it your understanding that the town's FCSS services are made available to county residents?
In accordance with the agreement that we continue to provide this, they provide the service subject to the arbitration discussion or conclusions and the decision of the arbitrator, yes.
All right. So pending any different decision, it's your understanding they've continued to provide those services since 2008. Is that fair, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
With respect to the next item, are the town's library services still accessible to county residents at no additional charge to them?
Library services are provided by the Woodlands and District Library Board.
Okay, and are there also library services provided by a Whitecourt Library Board?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the town is the owner and operator of the building in which that library is operated?
Yes,
And is it correct that that library continues to offer services accessible to county residents at no additional charge to them?
yeah, I assume that, but haven't visited the library recently.
All right. You're not aware of any information that they've been charged additional amounts by reason of being county residents. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Mr. Frank, in paragraph 8C, you state that the amounts to be paid by the town for the airport and the agricultural society were fixed in Schedule C. Do you see that?
Sorry, which paragraph are you at? I apologize.
Sorry, it's 8C. So we were looking at the list in B, and now the next subparagraph is C on this page.
Sorry, I thought you said 18, and I think Mr. Frank probably do.
Yes, I see that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree that the county requested that the town increase its contribution to the Ag Society to $22,000 starting in 2010?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that the town has in fact contributed $22,000 to the Agricultural Society ever since 2010?
No, not aware of that.
Okay. Mr. Frank, can you turn to page 307 of your witness statement?
Yes, I have it.
Are you familiar with that document you've included?
Yes,
And does this show the actual amounts that are paid by each party using 2017 as the year in question here?
not necessarily,
Okay, and why do you say that?
because it's a worksheet.
If I can give you a minute to review this document, Mr. Frank, but I would suggest it confirms that the Ag Society is in fact being given $22,000 by the town of Whitecourt.
Are you ready for the question?
Yeah, I'm ready for any
The
questions.
witness is reviewed. He's ready for your question, Mr. Ward.
All right, if you look at the last item on the page under Whitecourt District Agricultural Society, do you agree that it indicates the contribution by the town is to be $22,000?
That's what it states.
And is it in fact the case that that is the amount that was being contributed by the town of Whitecourt since 2010?
I have no idea.
So, Mr. Frank, in your statement back at paragraph 8C, on what basis did you conclude that the amounts were fixed or did not include that $22,000 amount?
In the original ICF agreement, it indicates $12,000 under Schedule C.
And you said the original ICF agreement, you mean the original cost sharing agreement?
Yes, that's correct.
And you haven't reviewed since then whether there were any changes in terms of the actual amounts that were paid?
No, I based it on the original agreement and work Schedule C. Because there would be an amendment to that schedule if it was in the agreement.
All right, Mr. Frank. Are you also aware in 2014 that Woodlands County requested that the town begin contributing $10,000 per year for Hard Luck Canyon?
That's my understanding.
And is it your understanding that the town has made those contributions each year since the request was made?
That's my understanding.
So can you turn back to paragraph 21 of your witness statement? That'll be on page 7.
Okay,
So you state there, Mr. Frank, that the amounts the town paid under Schedule C remain fixed at $52,000 per year when the termination notice was served. You would agree that doesn't accurately reflect the amounts that were actually being paid by the town at that time?
what's the paragraph are you referring to?
Sorry, it's paragraph 21 of your witness statement.
Totaling $52,000 per year.
Yes, and you would agree, Mr. Frank, given that the town was actually paying $22,000 for the Ag Society and provided an additional $10,000 payment in respect of Hard Luck Canyon, that figure doesn't accurately represent the amounts the town was paying at the time of the termination notice. Is that correct?
No. It's 40 and 12. And 12 under the existing agreement is how you came up with 52,000.
Yes, but Mr. Frank, you've acknowledged that since that time, the town paid an additional $10,000 in respect of Hard Luck Canyon. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And it also appears that the town continues to pay $22,000 in respect of the Ag Society since 2010. And obviously, Mr. Frank, if you add those amounts, the town was contributing more than $52,000 per year at the time of the termination of the agreement. Is that fair?
So the question is?
Would you agree with me that despite this statement, at the time the termination notice was served by the county, the town was actually paying more than $52,000 per year to the county?
Well, the town doesn't pay the county the Ag Society. They pay it directly to the Ag Society.
Okay. Your witness statement here says the amounts payable by the town to the county for the airport and the Ag Society. So, I mean, I think you're correcting that to say the amounts for the airport are paid to the county, the amounts for the Ag Society, although it's an agreement between the town and county, are paid directly to the Ag Society. Is that right?
No, I'm referring to the cost sharing agreement that is Schedule C that was signed. So the statement is reflecting what the Schedule C states.
Yes, and your statement, Mr. Frank, I'm looking specifically at paragraph 21, says the amounts payable by the town to the county for the airport and the agricultural society, totaling $52,000 per year. And I just want to clarify, as you've said, although your statement says payable to the county, you're clarifying that the airport amounts are paid to the county, but the contribution to the Ag Society is provided directly to the society.
May I assist, Mr. Ward? Is the question really, are you okay with me assisting?
Yes.
Okay. Is the question, I think Mr. Frank is saying he's referring to the document. You're asking about actual numbers paid, correct?
Well, I was, and then I'm asking him to clarify the statement he made in paragraph 21, which seemed to suggest the town paid the $52,000 to the county. And I just want to be clear on that, consistent with the statement he's given that the amounts in respect of the Ag Society are actually paid not to the county, but to the society.
Right, and I think what I'm trying to say is I'm hearing Mr. Frank answer the question with respect to what he thinks that paragraph says. So I'm just saying, you're trying to have him acknowledge the actual amount's different, even if the amount is paid to the Ag Society, not to the, and he's talking about the contract. And I think you are each sort of like two ships. So I don't know if there's a way to assist in having anyways, I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry. I was just hoping to be helpful and I don't think I have been. Sorry, Mr. Ward.
No, that's fine. Let me try and ask two separate and simple questions. Mr. Frank, the amounts that under Schedule C the town was to contribute in respect of the Agricultural Society, those were paid by the town to the society. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
All right. And in paragraph 21, where you have the total of $52,000, that reflects in your mind both the amounts paid to the county for the airport and the amounts paid by the town to the Agricultural Society. Is that fair?
No,
And sorry, Mr. Frank, why is that?
you asked if it was fair. I said no.
Can you tell me why you disagree with that statement?
Because the statement refers to Schedule C, which is the agreement. That's what the Schedule C of the agreement indicates.
So, sorry, your answer then is Schedule C provided that it was payable to the county, and that's why you've used that language, even if in practice it was paid to the society?
That's what the agreement says.
And then going back, Mr. Frank, to my question, whether the amounts are payable to the county or to the society, what I want to confirm is at the time the agreement was terminated, would you agree that the town's contributions with respect to the airport, the Agricultural Society, and accounting for Hard Luck Canyon contributions are actually exceeded $52,000 per year?
So the question again is
I think the question is, are the amounts greater than 52 as at the date of termination? And can we just put that on the record, Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just interrupt here. Mr. Frank, I would really appreciate it if you would listen to the question and answer the question. The questions that are being put to you are very straightforward, not confusing questions in my mind. So please listen to the question. It would really help me so that we're not on this back and forth, okay?
Do you want to repeat your question, Mr. Ward, please? I think now we're probably just going to need that anyway.
Yes. So the question is, although in paragraph 21, you've indicated the amounts payable total $52,000 per year, I'm trying to confirm that at the time the county served the notice to terminate the agreement, the actual amounts contributed by the town in respect of the airport and the Agricultural Society, and given their additional contribution for Hard Luck Canyon, actually exceeded $52,000 per year. Do you agree with that?
yes.
Mr. Frank, under Schedule C of the previous cost sharing agreement, the county's contribution to town services were calculated based on the percentage of population residing in a defined service area. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did that apply to all of the areas of shared services provided by the town that are identified in Schedule B of that agreement? And if necessary, Mr. Frank, you can refer back to page 28 of your witness statement, which is Schedule C for reference. And sorry, I should ask the question to confirm, Mr. Frank, this is Schedule C of the cost sharing agreement?
yes, it is.
And would you agree, Mr. Frank, that Schedule C confirms the county's contributions were calculated based on a percentage of county residents residing in a defined service area?
Yes,
And if you turn to the next page of your witness statement, page 29, would you agree that this is Schedule D of the previous cost sharing agreement?
I believe so, yes.
And this is a map showing the different service areas that the parties had agreed to?
Yes, that's my understanding without going into the end. Yes,
And in terms of calculating the populations that resided in each service area, am I correct that the parties would periodically adjust the percentages under the cost sharing agreement based on updated census data?
Yeah, based on updated census area, yes.
And up to the time when the cost share agreement was terminated, am I correct that the parties were using 2016 census data to calculate the populations in each service area?
The 2016 population data, yes.
And so the 2016 census data and corresponding percentages, that's what was used to calculate the cost share contributions made by the parties. Is that correct?
No, where I think the information that is different is the 2011 and the 2016 were adjusted because the 2011 census data included specific population breakdown for the area. The 2016 did not, so there was a direct correlation to that increase.
Okay.
So you now where in the 2016 data where the population breakdown occurs.
Is that an issue that the parties were working through still at the time the agreement was terminated?
I think there was an understanding that both parties with the 2011 and the change in percentage would be adopted, but I don't know if the town agreed to that. There was a dispute. There's an ongoing dispute regarding.
You would agree, though, Mr. Frank, that there was an adjustment made to the cost share percentage to reflect the updated census data?
From 2011 to 2016, yes.
Is it also the case that the town and county had entered into a revenue sharing agreement in 2010?
Is it 2010 or the tax revenue sharing?
Tax.
Yes.
Is
yes.
it tab 3 you're referring to?
Yes, sorry, and you can refer to your tab 3 as the agreement I'm asking about.
Like this one.
Bear with me.
And I'm sorry, I called it a revenue sharing agreement. The title is a tax revenue sharing agreement.
Oh, yes, yes.
All right. And am I correct that the county terminated that tax revenue sharing agreement on October 19, 2018?
I'm not specific on the date, but the county did terminate that agreement.
All right. And sorry, Mr. Frank, just to confirm, if you turn to your paragraph 38. Sorry, that's on page 11. Just in fairness to refresh your memory, would you agree looking at that it was that October 19, 2018 letter that terminated the tax revenue sharing agreement?
Can we just pull up tab 22 please on the screen, Ms. Ender?
Yes.
Just make it faster. Thank you. There you go, Mr. Frank, it's on the screen.
The first line states that, yes.
Okay. And, oh, sorry. Ms. House, I don't know if at 11:30 you want to break for lunch or if you'd like me to keep going. I'm not at a point where there's any logical break or need to continue, so I'm in your hands anytime you're ready to take our lunch break.
Then let's take it now before you move on to something else. Okay, so we'll take a half hour. We'll come back at 12 o'clock. Anything you have to deal with before then?
Fine. I'll confirm Mr. Frank knows he's not to discuss his evidence to anybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree,
Thank you.
Mr. Frank. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll see you all at noon.
Thank you.
Sorry, I lost track of time.
No problem.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ward.
All right, thank you.
Before,
Yeah.
I think sorry, before we begin, Mr. Frank mentioned something over lunch that I think maybe he wants to share here.
Yeah, just, Mr. Ward, just, sometimes it's very difficult to hear your questioning, and plus I also have hearing aids, so, and then I do have tendonitis, and it must flare up when I'm nervous because it's screaming in my ears right now, so it's a combination of.
I'll do my best to be louder, Mr. Frank, but also just please tell me if I'm fading in and out or not loud enough. Just let me know and I'll try and speak up.
Go like this.
That'll work. All right, Mr. Frank, when we finished, we had talked about the termination of the revenue sharing agreement, or sorry, the tax revenue sharing agreement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So I take it before that termination, would you agree there's a period of time where both the tax revenue sharing agreement and the cost sharing agreement are in effect at the same time?
Repeat the question again?
Yeah, we've been talking about the cost sharing agreement between the parties where we looked at Schedule C.
Yes.
And then we talked about the tax revenue sharing agreement from 2010.
Yes.
And I just want to confirm that those agreements were both in effect at the same time, that one was not replacing the other.
Yes, they were both in at the same time.
All right. And so any amounts that the county paid to the town under the revenue sharing agreement would be in addition to the amounts that they paid to the town under the cost sharing agreement. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. And is it also your understanding that in 2013, the cost sharing agreement was amended to provide that the county would contribute 10.4% of its linear tax revenue to the town?
Yes.
And would you agree, Mr. Frank, that linear tax revenue can fluctuate from year to year?
Yes.
And would you agree that if the county's linear tax revenues decrease, the amount it would share with the town would also decrease?
Yes.
And again, just to be clear, that amount that was added was in addition to the other amounts paid by the county to the town under the previous cost sharing agreement?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. Can you turn to paragraph 18 of your witness statement? So that's on the 7th page.
Okay.
You indicate there that the county participates in 8 ICFs, including the town. Do you see that?
Tab 18.
Paragraph 18.
Yeah, sorry, paragraph 18, but then I said 8. You make the statement that the county participates in 8 intermunicipal collaboration framework agreements. It's on the screen there in paragraph 18.
Oh, yes, yes. Sorry, I didn't see the 8. I was looking for an 8. So yes.
Oh, yes, EIGHT, sorry. Would you agree that of those 8, the town is the only urban municipality?
That is correct.
And just for the record, to be clear, the other municipalities would be Big Lakes County, the County of Barrhead, Lac St. Anne County, the Municipal District of Greenview, the Municipal District of Lesser Slave River, Westlock County, and Yellowhead County. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Would you agree that the town of Whitecourt operates certain services that are not available in Woodlands County, Mr. Frank?
Not that I'm aware of. You'd have to be more specific.
All right. Firstly, Mr. Frank, would you agree that a majority of the county's population lives within 10 kilometers of the town of Whitecourt?
No,
Okay. Can you pull up as an example, can you pull up Ms. Grande's evidence on FCSS? I appreciate you didn't have that handy, but Ms. Grande's June 30th evidence on FCSS.
Can you give me a moment? Just, I don't have that open too, so just one moment. You might miss
Yeah.
it. Okay. Are you gonna let us know where you're going?
Yes, if you turn to page 25 of that document. Oh, I'm sorry. This looks like it's the Forest Interpretive Center statement. It's the FCSS statement that I'm referring to.
It's the map with the rings around it, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
We have that in front of us on the screen.
Thank you. Have you seen this map before, Mr. Frank?
yes, I have.
And is it your understanding in reviewing it that the blue ring at the center represents 10 kilometers or a 5-minute drive time from the town of Whitecourt?
That's what it says.
And that the information indicates that within that ring, there are 2,558 people from the county that reside there.
That's what it says.
Do you disagree with the information in this chart, Mr. Frank?
Can't be verified.
All right. Do you have other information with respect to that population that suggests anything to the contrary?
No,
All right. Would you agree more generally, Mr. Frank, that there is a significant portion of the county's population that resides in and around the town of Whitecourt?
no,
Okay. Would you acknowledge there is a significant residential development in the county around the fringes of the town of Whitecourt?
describe fringes.
Let's say within a 5-minute drive time of the town of Whitecourt.
Mr. Ward, if I can answer the question in a different thing, I think what you're trying to get at is the general population of the area of the ICF is the population greater than the rest of the county. The answer is yes. Within the intermunicipal, I always want to say framework. Now it's the intermunicipal cost sharing agreement.
All right. So your evidence is that when we talk about the applicable area for which service costs were shared under the previous cost sharing agreement, that portion makes up a majority of the county's population. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
All right. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that starting in 2017, the county requested a number of amendments to the cost sharing and revenue sharing agreements?
Yeah, I'm not sure of whether it was 2017. I know that there were a number. Sorry, excuse me, that's lunch. My understanding is that there were suggested amendments, but I can't tell you whether it was 2017.
All right. Maybe if I take you to page 287 of your witness statement. And sorry, you can close that statement from Ms. Grande. So this is a letter from the county's mayor to the town's mayor dated December 11, 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there are 4 bullet points in terms of changes sought to the cost sharing contribution agreement and the tax revenue sharing agreement. Do you see that, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
And I'll ask you about these 4 points. So it firstly says the county wishes to reduce its funding to the Forest Interpretive Center, that it wishes to remove revenue sharing from the cost share contribution agreement, that it requested cost sharing for the airport be addressed, and that options be discussed to change the percentage being shared under the tax sharing agreement. Do you see those points?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Frank, again, I had asked you before you became CAO about your involvement in these issues, and you said you provided some support. Were you involved in any of the discussions around these points at that time?
There's a couple that ring a bell, but the actual details would be the first 2, the Whitecourt Woodlands Tourism Forest Interpretive Center, yes. The removal, where's the one about the airport? And some regarding the airport. Right.
Okay. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the town committed to discussing those items with the county?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you turn to the next page in your witness statement, page 288. There's a letter there dated January 9, 2018, which I believe is responding from the mayor of the town of Whitecourt to Woodlands County Mayor. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the town expressed concerns about the impact those changes would have on its finances?
If you would just allow me to read it for a second.
Yes, sorry, certainly, Mr. Frank.
The second paragraph, first statement states that, yes.
All right. And it also refers in the letter to the town looking forward to meeting with county representatives over the next 2 years. Do you recall whether there were meetings between the town and county that followed this letter, Mr. Frank?
Yes, there was. My understanding, because we went through a mediation process.
All right. And was that during this 2018 time period?
That I don't know. I can't say that. I know the mediation process started in 2019.
And before that mediation process started in 2019, is it the case that the county proceeded to terminate the revenue sharing agreement and cost sharing agreement?
Sorry, the question again, I didn't catch the first part.
Sorry, before the mediation process in 2019, I just want to confirm that the county terminated the cost sharing agreement and the tax revenue sharing agreement.
That's my understanding.
And perhaps in fairness, if you look at the next page, 289, there's a letter there from the mayor of Woodlands County, again to the mayor of the town of Whitecourt, dated October 18, 2018. I take it your understanding is that this letter provided a notice of termination of those agreements.
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. And is it also your understanding that as of January 1, 2018, the cost share agreement had been renewed for a 2-year term automatically?
Sorry, the question one more time?
Yes. Prior to this notice of termination, is it your understanding the cost share agreement had been renewed for 2 years from January 1, 2018?
I think I have to say no to that. I'm just, and I'm not trying to be evasive, I'm just trying to, I know there was a period of time that extended by 1 year because we failed to give the proper notice. And I,
All right. And in the letter that we're referring to there, in the end of the first paragraph, the mayor says, with amendments dated March 11, 2013, and is automatically renewed for a successive 2-year term on January 1, 2018. And does that refresh your memory, Mr. Frank, that there was a further 2 years that the agreement continued after January 1, 2018?
sorry, yes, so that, if that's the question, yes.
All right. And I take it then that the parties continued under the terms of the cost sharing agreement until December 31, 2019.
Till 2019?
Well, till the end of yes, I could have said January 1st, 2020, but I suppose to be exact, if it was a 2-year term, it would end at the end of 2019.
Yes.
And so during 2018 and 2019, the parties continued to operate pursuant to the terms of the cost sharing agreement.
No.
Okay, and why do you say no, Mr. Frank?
Because there were amendments and agreements to adjustments.
So it refers in the letter to an amendment of March 11, 2013. Is that the amendment that you're referring to?
No, the Woodlands County Jetsea Joint Economic Development WWT was concluded, so there were no costs associated with that. Plus the reduction in the revenue sharing amount as well.
And were the changes you've described reflected in amending agreements between the parties, Mr. Frank?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And those are decisions that the county implemented during the course of that 2-year period?
No, my understanding it's a mutually agreed term that both councils came up with. Or agreed.
But subject to the specific amendments that you've referred to, do you agree that the cost sharing agreement as amended continued to govern the relationship between the parties during 2018 and 2019?
Yes.
Can you move ahead to page 292 of your witness statement? This is a letter from the town to the county dated November 15, 2018, which is tab 23 of your document. I can give you a minute, Mr. Frank, to review that.
If you ask your question, then I could probably specifically go to the
Sure.
letter.
Sorry, just give me 1 second here. In your witness statement, Mr. Frank, I think you referred to a few excerpts from the letter, so I just want to confirm this letter, your understanding was it is the town responding to the county's termination of the cost sharing agreement. Is that your understanding?
That's my letter dated October 18th, 2018. Yes.
All right. And you've excerpted in your witness statement the statement that the town of Whitecourt will not be providing the following services to Woodlands County as calculated in Schedule C and outlined in Schedule B. Do you see where it says that in the letter in the second paragraph?
Yes.
And would you agree, Mr. Frank, that that was the effect of Woodlands County having terminated the cost sharing agreement?
That's what the letter states.
Well, and I'm asking Mr. Frank if you agree that if the cost sharing agreement was terminated, the town of Whitecourt would no longer have any legal obligation to continue providing those services.
Sorry, the legal obligation to the county,
That's correct.
but they provide those services. So I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe rephrase the question or I better understand it.
Was there any other agreement between the town and county that would have compelled them to continue providing those services down in the county?
No.
Did you understand, despite this letter, that the town communicated it was interested in continuing to provide shared services under a renegotiated agreement?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And if you refer to tab 27 of your witness statement, so page 297. So this is a letter from Whitecourt to the county dated November 4, 2020. And in it, Mr. Frank, the town indicates that it did not cease providing shared services despite the termination of the cost share agreement. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the services the town had provided under the previous cost sharing agreement have continued after January 1, 2020?
Sorry, Mr. Ward, it may be that we're looking at the wrong document, or it may be that I'm mishearing you, or perhaps you misspoke. But I just want to be clear. I think you said the town is saying XYZ in your question.
Oh,
But
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure that the witness is answering the question that you want him to ask. And I think you may have meant the Woodlands County, or we're looking at the wrong document.
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say, I did say it in reverse. I said this is a letter from the town to the county. It's obviously a letter from the county to the town. And in it, it recognizes, or the mayor states, that the county is appreciative that services have not been interrupted while negotiations continue. So my question, Mr. Frank, and thank you, Ms. Roberts, I phrased my question backwards. Do you agree with that, Mr. Frank, that the town continued after January 1, 2020 to provide the services they'd been providing under the previous cost share agreement?
Yes, they have provided the services, yes.
And this letter from the mayor of Woodlands County indicates that the county is paying $500,000 to the town towards 2020 services. Do you see that?
Yes.
And was that payment made to the town?
To my knowledge, yes.
And has the county made any further payments to the town in respect of the 2020 cost sharing?
No.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that under the previous cost sharing agreement, each year saw cost share amounts from the county significantly in excess of $500,000?
Repeat the question again.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, under the previous cost sharing agreement, that the county's contributions to the town for services significantly exceeded $500,000 per year?
Yes.
And you are aware that the town continues to incur costs in respect of the services that were governed by that agreement?
I'm not aware of that.
All right. You're saying you're not certain what cost the town continues to incur for those services?
That's correct.
You would agree, though, that in respect of the services, the town is required to fund the shortfall in services to the extent the county's cost share amount has decreased to $500,000.
They provide the services to their residents, yes.
All right. Can you turn to paragraph 51 of your witness statement?
Paragraph 51.
It's on page 14.
Oh, now, of course. Why does it do that? I'll look up here.
So in that paragraph here, you refer to the details of a meeting on March 4, 2020. Do you see that?
Yes,
And tab 32 that it refers to there is an attendance list for that meeting. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And would you agree that the mediators appointed by the party were present at that meeting?
That's what it says. Yes,
And was the purpose of the meeting to see if a negotiated resolution could be reached with respect to cost sharing?
that was the purpose of the mediation. Yes,
Is it your understanding, Mr. Frank, that anything discussed with the mediators was intended to be without prejudice?
yes, that's my understanding. Yes,
And that none of the issues discussed with the mediators were intended to be disclosed during the arbitration proceedings?
in general discussions, yes.
And the meeting that you're referring to was also intended to be without prejudice. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Frank, can you go back to paragraph 22 of your witness statement? That'll be on page 7.
what page again?
7.
Sorry, page 7.
The bottom is
22? Yes,
Yes, it's where you've indicated, Mr. Frank, that the process used to calculate the county's cost contributions were administratively cumbersome and unpredictable. Do you see that?
yes,
Is it the case that both the town and the county were required to prepare interim budgets each year?
for the, sorry, in regards to the agreement?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, yes,
Okay. And those interim budgets were to cover expenses from January 1 of the year to when the municipality passed a complete budget in the spring. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know about the dates, maybe specifically, but is it fair to say that the interim budget was intended to cover the start of the year until such time as the municipalities passed a complete budget some point in the spring?
No, I don't know. I don't understand. The agreement doesn't address what the purpose of the interim budget was for.
Okay, so your understanding is that there was an interim budget prepared, you just didn't understand what it was for.
But then the agreement doesn't address the purpose of the interim budget.
All right. Well, Mr. Frank, in 2015, did the town and county agree to a protocol with respect to sharing information on cost shared services?
I'm not sure.
Do you have, Ms. Roberts, the rebuttal statement from Ms. Barney on financial services?
I believe we do. Do you have that open, Mr.
No, but I can get it.
And Ms. Sandler has it up on the screen too. Is there a specific page or paragraph that you'd like us to go to?
Appendix 4, I think it's page 19.
Can you see that or do you?
Yeah, I got it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Sandler.
Have you seen this document before, Mr. Frank?
In this witness statement.
All right. Is it your understanding that this is the information exchange protocol that was established in 2015 by the town and county?
I don't know if it was accepted by Woodlands County.
Okay. Wasn't it in fact what the parties operated under following 2015?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. And you're not saying that the county rejected it, you're just not sure if there was a specific approval of this by the county. Is that correct?
No.
Sorry, and I've asked a question in the negative, so I deserve that answer. But are you saying, Mr. Frank, that the county rejected this agreement?
No.
You're just saying that you're not certain as to whether it was ever accepted by the county.
I can't verify that that was accepted. Yes.
Who was it that would have been dealing with this on behalf of the county in 2015?
Well, my understanding would be the Director of Corporate Services, as noted in the document.
Okay. And who was the county's Director of Corporate Services at that time in 2015?
I would only be guessing, so I won't say.
So you're not sure?
No, I'm not sure.
In this document, Mr. Frank, under the heading interim budget, under the third bullet point, it says town county to supply an estimate of budget cost share amount by December 1, 2015. The amount for interim budget will be current year budget plus a 3% adjustment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that in fact the process that the parties were following starting in 2015?
I can't tell you that.
Do you recall, Mr. Frank, that interim budgets were used as part of the process to determine the cost share amounts for the subsequent year?
I can't I can't verify whether that is the case or not, because I wasn't directly involved as the Director of Planning or Community Services. I was with Woodlands County at the time in 2015.
Fair enough. Starting from your time as CAO, Mr. Frank, are you aware at that time whether the interim budgets were used in the way described in this document?
No.
You're not aware?
No, I can't verify. No, I can't.
All right. So I guess in fairness, Mr. Frank, even as CAO, you weren't involved in the exchange of information at a financial level. Is that fair?
Yes, at a financial level, I was made aware of the financial stuff, but at a high level.
All right. If we go back to your witness statement at paragraph 23. Sorry, it is on page 8. So the top of page 8 in that paragraph, you indicate the town was late in providing estimated costs by the December 2018 deadline. Are you referring there to estimated costs based on the interim budget?
Well, I don't know.
Right. So you weren't involved, so you're not clear on the details of that issue?
I was made aware of the issue, yes.
Did you understand that the costs you were waiting for were simply to be based on the current year's cost share amount plus 3%?
No,
That wasn't correct, or you just didn't have that understanding?
yeah, that's not my understanding.
In preparing its interim budget for 2019, did the county estimate the amount it would have to pay for its cost share contribution based on the 2018 cost share amounts?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Sure. So you've indicated that you were late getting this information. So when you prepared your interim budget for 2019, did you estimate the amount you would have to pay for the cost share contribution based on the previous year's amount, based on the 2018 cost share payments?
Yeah, we didn't prepare an interim budget.
Okay. Am I correct that the town did provide the county with estimates for the 2019 cost share by that January 21 date you've identified?
That's my understanding.
Okay. In the next paragraph, you say that the town failed to provide supporting documentation at that time. Do you see that?
Yes,
But you're not familiar with whether the information they provided was pertaining to the preparation of an interim budget. Is that correct?
the question again?
Well, I would ask if that estimate related to the preparation of an interim budget, but I think I just want to confirm you're not clear on that process at that time.
Sorry, and again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to understand. Are you indicating the interim budget for the cost sharing agreement was prepared? There was an interim payment based on budgets that were provided.
Okay. Well, when you're talking here, Mr. Frank, about the information, the cost sharing estimate that you think was not provided on time, I want to make sure I'm understanding that that was the information that would be used to prepare an interim budget. Do you know if that's the case?
No, yes, that's the case, but no, we didn't. We're not preparing our interim budget based on the estimates, right?
Okay. So you're waiting for the actual information, not the estimate from the town before you pass your budget. Is that fair?
No.
Mr. Frank, when does the county typically pass its annual budget?
It all depends. So since I've been here prior to these, sorry, maybe you repeat the question. I want to make sure I'll answer it. I just want to make sure that you said interim or.
No, now I'm just asking when does the county generally pass its full budget?
December 31st, prior to December 31st of each year.
Okay.
Since I'm in the CIO.
Okay. And is that the case in 2019? Did the county pass its budget in December of 2019?
That's so long ago, I believe. So 2020, you always gotta go backwards and stuff. And so we're in 21, 20 was passed in, yes. The answer is yes.
So prior to the dates here where the information was outstanding, were requests made of the town to provide more information relating to the cost sharing amount?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
And did the town provide responses to those requests?
Not to the detail that the county required.
All right, so you agree that there were responses provided, but they didn't satisfy you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you turn to paragraph 59 of your statement, so that's on page 15. Do you have that, Mr. Frank?
Yes, sorry.
So here you state that the town has not responded substantively to the county's request for supporting documentation with respect to the 2019 and 20 cost share years.
What paragraph?
Sorry, paragraph 59.
That's correct.
You would agree, though, that the town provided the county with general ledger printouts for all of the cost share areas?
General ledger, if in general terms, yes.
Okay. Now, you refer in paragraph 60 to the fact the town showed a willingness to share documentation. And sorry, you may have to scroll down. Paragraph 60 continues. And provided a complete general ledger printout. Then you say the opportunity to confirm expenses recorded in the town GL. Sorry, that got cut off there. Your actual statement, sorry, in paragraph 60, just so I'm not misquoting, you then say, unfortunately, the county was left with no opportunity to confirm the expenses recorded in the town GL were legitimate because there were no invoices to compare entries against. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Was the county expecting to receive backup documentation for every single transaction in the general ledger provided by the town?
To the degree that it satisfies the Director of Corporate Services, yes.
Well, isn't it fair to say, Mr. Frank, that reviewing each general ledger entry against invoices would be a very onerous arrangement for the county?
No.
Well, don't you go on to say, Mr. Frank, in paragraph 61, that the amount of time required to audit the expenses would have been exceptional and you would prefer a less onerous arrangement for documenting actual costs?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the county would want to review individual invoices for each entry in the general ledger going forward?
Sorry, the question again?
I'm trying to understand where you say you weren't satisfied with the documentation, what documentation would satisfy the county. Is it the case that you would want an invoice to support every single entry in the general ledger that's provided by the town?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that that wasn't the process contemplated in that information exchange protocol from 2015?
No, I don't know that.
Because you weren't familiar with what the exchange protocol was. Is that fair?
No, but my understanding under the cost sharing agreement, there's a statement that the town will provide to the satisfactory of the actual expenditures occurred to the county, for the county.
Isn't it the case, Mr. Frank, that up to that point, the town had never been required to provide backup documentation for its general ledger statements?
That I can't tell you.
Okay. You're not aware of any time before this the town had ever been asked to provide that information?
That I am not, I can't answer that question.
Okay. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the town's finances are audited each year, just as the counties are?
Yes, yes.
And isn't it actually the case that the town and county use the same external auditors?
Recently, yes.
And that's Metrics Group LLP?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your understanding that Metrics Group audits the town's finances related to areas for which services are shared with the county?
I would gather they do that.
Mr. Frank, in 2015, did the county request that its contribution to capital reserves for shared services be returned to the county?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And did the town in fact return the county's contributions to capital reserves as requested?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not disputing that it was returned, you're just not certain whether that was the case?
Yeah, I can't verify whether it was returned or not.
All right. So if the capital reserves were no longer held by the town, how did the county pay for contributions to infrastructure related to shared services?
That would be a negotiated item in an agreement if it was warranted.
Okay. So would you agree, firstly, that the county after that time no longer contributed to capital reserve funds with the town?
Yeah, I can't verify that.
I asked earlier if it had been returned and you said you couldn't verify it. You're also not sure whether the county continued to provide contributions to capital reserves after 2015?
Sorry, my understanding is that the county asked for that capital contribution back. And I can't confirm whether or not that continued or that money was returned.
But you can confirm after that time the county was no longer contributing to capital reserves for the town?
I can't either because the details of the agreement.
Okay. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that if the county is no longer contributing to capital reserves, that your contributions, the county's contributions to one-time maintenance or capital costs would cause the cost share payments to fluctuate from year to year?
No.
All right. Well, if the county is no longer contributing to reserves for the town, you've indicated that any capital cost would be discussed between the parties. Is that fair?
Which was always agreed to.
Right. And so a payment that the county makes in respect of that in 1 year that they don't make in the next would cause your cost share contribution to fluctuate. Is that fair?
Not necessarily. Depends on the cost. So maybe I should rephrase that is if you're asking if we agree to a capital contribution based on the specific item, they'll vary from year to year. Yes.
Okay. Maybe I can take you back to Ms. Barney's rebuttal statement.
Sorry, the SDSS?
Oh,
No, on financials, the rebuttal from Ms. Barney. Yeah.
I misheard you. I thought you said Bungie. Thank you.
And if you turn to paragraph 12, so page 4 of this statement. So in that paragraph that's on the screen, Ms. Barney refers to 3 capital projects that would have been covered by capital reserves and instead had to be covered by ad hoc contributions by the county after 2015. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the county made ad hoc contributions to those 3 capital items?
I have no idea.
You're just not familiar with what capital contributions were made by the county through to the end of the cost sharing agreement. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes.
All right. And would you agree, Mr. Frank, that beyond the information sharing protocol we looked at earlier, the town and county have agreed to have actual expenditures related to cost sharing reviewed by the Joint Liaison Committee?
Sorry, one more time?
Yeah. Do you agree that the town and county previously agreed that the actual expenditures relating to cost sharing would be reviewed by the Joint Liaison Committee?
There's a reference somewhere about the joint liaison that cost sharing capital items should go to the joint liaison. And if you have a document that I can verify, but I believe if that's the question you're asking.
Is it also the case, or your understanding, that if there was a concern about the actual expenditures, that the county could take that to the Joint Liaison Committee to deal with the issue?
That I'm not aware, because capital is supposed to be approved prior to the budgets being adopted.
Okay.
I think it's are you talking specific capital? And again, I'm not trying to be, I'm just trying to understand. If it's operational, I think that's Mr. Ward is maybe where, and that's what I thought was supposed to be referred to the joint liaison.
Okay. Yeah, and I can help you. If you turn in your witness statement to page 30.
Oh, open the wrong thing.
You're looking at the amending agreement, right, Mr. Ward?
Yes. So I understand, Mr. Frank, this is the 2013 amendment to the 2008 cost sharing agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I'll just have you read section 1 of that agreement, or clause 1 of that agreement.
Within 30 days after I'll skip the first part, I believe.
I don't think he wants to. Do you want him to read it out loud?
You don't have to read it out loud into the record, Mr. Frank. I just want you to have a chance to read it before I ask you about it. Although, thank you for the offer.
That happens to almost everybody. So at least once. Okay, so you'd like him to read that and then let you know when he's done reading?
I gotta wait till my red piece.
Sorry, Mr. Ward, just to get back on track. You'd like him to read that and let you know when he's finished reviewing?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I've read the statement.
Right. So, Mr. Frank, your understanding is this paragraph here was intended to replace section 6.5 of the original 2008 cost sharing agreement. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
Okay. And would you agree, having reviewed that the process called upon the Joint Liaison Committee to be the forum where actual cost share amounts would be reviewed?
That's what it states, yes. Detail of the actual expenditure.
And that reconciliation would happen 30 days after the prior year's financial statements were adopted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this the process that remained in place right up until the cost share agreement was terminated by the county?
I can't answer that because I am not sure that it was ever.
Well, can you confirm there were no other amendments to the agreement that dealt with this issue?
Yes.
I'm about to move on to a new topic, Ms. House. I don't know if you want to take a short break at 1 o'clock.
A good idea. I think we all need to stretch a bit. So let's take 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Frank, can I take you to paragraph 55 of your witness statement? That's on page 15.
Yes, okay.
In that paragraph, you state the actuals routinely exceeded the estimates by hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. Do you see that?
Yes,
I think earlier you've said that you were not intimately involved in the exchange of information back and forth with the estimates. Is that fair, Mr. Frank?
um,
Sorry, did you say no?
that's correct. I
Um,
was made aware of any issues that relating to it, the details, right?
and would it be the Director of Corporate Services who brings things to your attention?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Frank, have you reviewed the rebuttal evidence from Judy Barney from the town?
yes,
And having reviewed that statement, is it still your belief that the actuals exceeded estimates by hundreds of thousands of dollars per year?
Yes.
Routinely?
yeah,
Mr. Ward, I need to interrupt because I think you asked a question and like the line just went dead. So I didn't even hear the question and the answer. So you asked something right after you said you were made aware of issues by the Director of Corporate Services. So the question that you asked after that.
Sorry, Ms. Howes, I asked if he had reviewed the witness statement, the reply statement of Ms. Barney, and believe the witness said yes. And then I asked if he continued to believe that the actuals routinely exceeded the estimates by hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. And again, Mr. Frank said yes. If I've characterized that properly, Ms. Roberts.
Mr. Frank, he's just asking, is that accurate to what you said?
oh, did he? Yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can I refer you to Ms. Barney's rebuttal statement and specifically to page 18 of that statement? Mr. Frank, I understand this to be a summary of the actual amount spent on cost sharing by the county as compared to the interim and final budgets. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Do you disagree with any of the numbers that are set out there?
Oh, I can't tell you that. That's Mrs. Barney's information.
All right, well, you've indicated and you've given evidence that with respect to the overages or the increase beyond the estimates. So are you familiar with what the numbers actually are?
Not other than the information that was provided in my witness statement.
So the basis of your statement that it exceeds by hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, is that simply the Director of Corporate Services telling you that?
No, no.
Okay, and so what information did you use to come to that conclusion, Mr. Frank?
I believe I have a tab in regards to that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm listening. Wrong one. Tab 16.
Tab 16 of your statement?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And Mr. Frank, is this a spreadsheet that was created by your Director of Corporate Services?
That is correct.
And the spreadsheet, I take it, shows cash payments made by the county to the town for cost sharing and revenue sharing between 2008 and 2019?
That's what was paid to the town of Whitecourt.
And is it correct that this spreadsheet does not separate out operating and capital costs?
That was the agreement is what was paid to the town of Whitecourt.
Okay, so I'm correct then?
Sorry, Mr. Ward, I guess I can't answer that question whether it separates the two.
Is it your understanding that the numbers here are both for operating and for capital?
No, that's not my understanding. My understanding is that's what was paid to the town of Whitecourt.
Okay. So you can't answer whether it includes both operating and capital, but you can confirm these are the total of all amounts that were paid by the county to the town.
So the answer is that's what's paid with the town to the town of Whitecourt. That's what that spreadsheet represents.
And so would you agree then, if it represents all of those things, that the numbers here would capture one-time capital contributions by the county to the town?
I would assume that, yes. Yes.
And would you agree from our earlier discussion, Mr. Frank, that one-time capital contributions would normally have been approved through the Joint Liaison Committee?
No, through the councils, respective councils. It would go to the Joint Liaison for a recommendation to the respective council.
Right. And Mr. Frank, would you agree that linear and tax revenues varying from year to year would also affect the revenue sharing for these items?
I believe I answered that before. Yes.
All right, Mr. Frank, can you turn to paragraph 9 of your witness statement? That's on page 5.
I have it in front of me.
Thank you. So you state there that in 2020, the county received policing services from the RCMP and paid for those services to the provincial and federal governments. Do you see that? And sorry, it may run on to the next page for you.
Yes, that's correct.
You indicate that that is since 2020, but am I correct that that change came into effect in April 2020?
Yes, that is correct.
And so from January until the end of March 2020, the county was not yet making payments to the provincial or federal governments for policing services. Is that correct?
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
Just from the period from January to the end of March 2020, the county was not yet making these payments to the provincial and federal government?
Yeah, the agreement with the province came in April 1st, 2020. So that is correct.
All right. And up until that April 1st date, then the Whitecourt RCMP detachment provided police services to the county?
That and the Barhead RCMP.
Right. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Roberts, do you have Mr. Tim Chishin's evidence for the town on police services available?
We don't have it open, but if you give us a minute, we'll grab that. This police, the policing services statement, is that what you're asking?
That's right.
I have it.
All right. If you turn to Appendix 6, which is page 70 of that document. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that this map shows the area of the county for which the the Whitecourt RCMP detachment is responsible, using the green border?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. You're not familiar specifically with what that area would be?
That's Mr. Tim Tishan's map.
Right. And I'm just asking if you agree that the description there of the service area for the Whitecourt RCMP is accurate, or if you're not certain.
I'm not certain.
Mr. Frank, under the previous cost share agreement, am I correct? The county was responsible for contributing to costs associated with the delivery of police services by the town that benefited county residents?
Sorry, the question again?
Yes, under the previous cost sharing agreement that we've talked about that was terminated, was the county responsible for contributing to costs associated with the delivery of police services by the town?
Yes.
And would you agree those services included all services related to policing?
No.
Which services did it not include?
So the agreement was for 3 enhanced RCMP positions, and that's what was the county was paying for.
Okay. So prior to April 1st, again of 2020, the town was responsible for paying all the costs related to the RCMP detachment. Is that correct?
I would assume so, but I can't verify that.
Sorry, Mr. Frank, if we go back to paragraph 12 of your witness statement on page 6.
Sorry, was it page 12 or paragraph 12?
Sorry,
Page
paragraph 12, page 6.
Okay.
You state there that the amount the county paid to the town for police services prior to terminating the agreement was approximately $470,000 per year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And under the previous cost sharing agreement, the county's contribution to the RCMP detachment was calculated based on the percentage of the county's population that resided in the RCMP detachment service area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar, Mr. Frank, with the Police Services Committee?
Which one? Town?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are there members? Sorry, Mr. Frank, did I interrupt you?
That's fine.
Are there members of the county that sit on the Police Services Committee?
Yes. Yes, there is.
And was that the case before the termination of the cost sharing agreement?
Yes.
And does that continue to be the case?
Yes.
Are you aware, Mr. Frank, that the RCMP detachment in Whitecourt offers fingerprinting services that residents can access?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Do you know if there is any other place in Woodlands County that offers fingerprinting services other than that detachment?
We have no other detachment in Woodlands County at all. It's in the town. So Barhead, because Barhead RCMP services our county as well, there's a possibility.
But no others within the county itself.
There is no RCMP detachment in the county.
Right. Are you familiar with the community liaison officer that's described in the town's evidence, Mr. Frank?
No.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether that community liaison officer was actually requested by members of the county's council?
There was correspondence in one of the witness statements that indicates that.
If you still have Mr. Tim Titian's police evidence open. And if you turn to tab 4, which is page 65, or sorry, appendix 4. These are minutes from joint liaison committee minutes from May 19, 2011. Do you see that, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Do you see the heading RCMP Community Liaison Officer?
I do.
And it refers to a matter being introduced by Councillor Pritchard. Do you know who Councillor Pritchard is?
Former Councillor Pritchard? Yes, I do.
Okay. And was he a councillor from Woodlands County?
Yes, he was.
All right. And following his introduction of that topic, if you go on to the next page, 66, there's a motion there from Mayor Rennie that the Joint Liaison Committee direct administration to meet with the school divisions to inquire if they would be interested in an RCMP community liaison officer within their schools and bring the information back to the committee. Am I correct that Mayor Rennie was the mayor of Woodlands County?
Yes.
Mr. Frank, I want to turn to the airport, the Woodlands Airport. Firstly, am I correct that the Whitecourt Airport is located within the county, within Woodlands County?
Yes.
And am I also correct that the Whitecourt Airport has always been operated by the county?
No.
Okay. How was it operated differently in the past?
The Alberta Transportation, and then previously, I believe, was the federal government.
Okay. And do you know when Woodlands County took over operation of the airport?
I believe there's a statement 1978. If we
Okay.
find that document, I know.
No, that's fine, Mr. Frank. I could have asked if since I was born, it's been operated by the county, but at least for, say, the past 40 years, to your understanding, it's been operated by the county.
Is that greater than 78? 78 for 20.
That's fine, Mr. Frank. That's your best guess, is that it was around the late 70s that the county took over.
Yes.
And am I correct that because the county operates the airport, all of the final decisions made with respect to the airport are made by Woodlands County?
Yes.
Is there a airport advisory committee in place with respect to the airport?
Yes.
And is the committee responsible for providing input to the county?
Yes.
But the committee doesn't actually have the power to make any decisions itself about the airport. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're a recommending body.
Can you refer in your witness statement, Mr. Frank, to paragraph 15? That's on page 6.
See, 1970. Yes. I haven't.
And sorry, had I taken you there earlier, we could have skipped that. I apologize. You then note, Mr. Frank, that in 2017, the airport became certified by Transport Canada. Do you see that?
Yes,
And the purpose of that certification was to attract regular scheduled air service from Northern Air. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct, with a caveat that it was to the scheduled air services. So it could be more than Northern Air, but specifically it was Northern Air that provided those services.
And at the time you were getting that certification, Northern Air was the only airline that you were working with in terms of trying to get that certification?
No, there were additional, there were other people that we inquired with. And for some reason, Central Mountain Air comes to mind. But I can't confirm that, so.
But ultimately, after the certification, it was only Northern Air that provided that scheduled service?
Yes, that's correct.
And am I correct that Northern Air discontinued that service in 2019?
They suspended that service.
Have they ever resumed that service since 2019?
Not to date.
And currently, there is no scheduled air service being provided at the Whitecourt Airport. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You refer below that to, at tab 14, a master plan for the airport prepared by WSP. Thank you. Yes, at page 102. Do you see that, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
And would you agree, as part of that report, that WSP conducted a property tax comparison analysis?
That's part of the report, yes.
Was that done at the request of the county?
I'm not sure.
All right. The report was prepared at the direction of the county.
There was a terms of reference that was provided for consultants to bid on the master plan, yes.
If you turn specifically to page 102, would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the property tax rates shown in that chart incorrectly include mill rates for both the Alberta School Foundation Fund and the opted out school board amounts?
No,
You don't agree with that?
that's correct.
Ms. Roberts, could you take the witness to Mr. Smeal's rebuttal evidence?
You should have it. Do you have it? If not, we can get it there.
No, I can get it there.
Do you have it? If
No,
not, I
I'm
can-
getting there.
Okay, Mr. Ward, do you want to direct us to anywhere in particular?
Yes, if you turn to page 3 of that statement.
Page 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you reviewed this statement, Mr. Frank?
Yes, I have.
At the bottom of this page and continuing on to the next page, Mr. Smeal included a chart that purports to set out the correct mill rates for each municipality shown in WSP's chart. Do you agree with that analysis?
I haven't verified it, so I can't agree with.
Is there anything in that information that you disagree with, Mr. Frank?
That I agree with?
that you disagree with.
It's Mr. Schmiel's statement.
Right, but he is responding to a statement you made with respect to the mill rates and indicating that this is a correction to those. So I just want to confirm whether you agree there's a correction that has to be made or whether you disagree with the information presented here.
My understanding is that he's responding, how I read that statement is above the number 10, it appears WSP made an error. So he's indicating that the consultants that were retained by Woodlands County made an error in the calculation. And at that point in time, the information was adopted. And if you go note to the WSP report, it also indicates that they consulted every tax clerk and either they provided them with the wrong information or questioning, because according to Mr. Smeal's statement, that the information was done incorrectly.
Okay, well, are you aware, Mr. Frank, whether non-residential property owners pay both the Alberta School Foundation Fund and the opted out school board rate in their taxes?
Am I aware that they pay both?
Well, I'm asking you, do they pay both or do they pay only one of those?
They pay only one, yes.
And so would you agree if the calculations are based on paying both, that would be an error?
I think the witness answered that question, that he hasn't looked and redone the calculations himself, so.
All right.
I'm not stopping you from asking other questions, Mr. Ward. I'm just trying to say, I think the witness did answer that question already. But you're welcome to try to see if you can ask whatever else you want to ask about it.
That's fine, Mr. Frank. We can turn back to your witness statement. And if we go ahead to page 104. Would you agree, based on this, Mr. Frank, that the county's mill rate for non-residential properties increased from 9.8726 mils in 2017 to 11.716 mils in 2020?
That's what the table 2 says.
All right. And I think this is the information that you corrected at the outset with Ms. Roberts, but you would agree that from 2017 to 2020, that represents about a 13% increase in the mill rates?
Yeah, I don't have the calculation.
All right. It certainly doesn't represent a doubling, but that's because you've corrected to say the doubling is not between 2017 and 2020, but from a much earlier period of time to 2020.
Yes, and I thank my colleague for that.
In paragraph 17 of your witness statement, you also say that, sorry, I'll let you go back to that. It's on page 7.
I have it.
Thank you. So after correcting for that error, you then go on to say the airport had the 3rd highest property tax rate of 6 regional or rural Alberta airports compared by WSP within the master plan addendum. Would you agree as well that that statement is incorrect?
No, and that's what the report states.
So yeah, you're just relying on the information in the WSP report and conveying that.
Sorry, the question again?
You're just relying on the WSP report and making that conclusion. Is that fair, Mr. Frank?
The second part of it, yes.
Aside from the town of Whitecourt, Mr. Frank, has the county entered into cost sharing agreements for the airport with any other municipality?
No.
Can we go back to Mr. Sneal's rebuttal report?
Oh, sorry. I was waiting.
And I'm going to go specifically to page 14 of that rebuttal report. See that, Mr. Frank?
Yes, that's, yes,
And this is a request for decision from Woodlands County dated April 2, 2019.
yes,
And the county's RFD indicates that the MD of Greenview was interested in a greater partnership opportunities regarding the airport. Do you see that?
yes, yeah.
Was the MD of Greenview interested in partnering with the county with respect to the Whitecourt Airport?
I have no idea.
Did the county approach the MD of Greenview to discuss possible partnership options with them?
I believe there was a letter written because I'm sure I saw a letter.
Okay. Do you recall what the letter said?
No,
Was it a letter from the county to the MD of Greenview?
I believe so, yes.
Did the county ever reach an agreement with Greenview to have it contribute to any costs associated with the airport?
No.
And I believe earlier you indicated one of the county's ICF agreements was with the MD of Greenview. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does that ICF deal at all with the Whitecourt Airport as part of the intercollaboration framework agreement with MD of Greenview?
I don't know the details of the ICF agreement. I would have to re-familiarize myself with it.
Okay, so you're confident it doesn't provide for any cost sharing, but you don't recall whether it deals with the airport in any capacity?
The Woodlands County does not receive any revenue from the MD of Greenview for the Whitecourt Airport.
Okay. Has the county had discussions with the town of Fox Creek to contribute to any costs associated with the Whitecourt Airport?
I'm trying to, I know we had a meeting and I'm just trying to remember what the meeting was regards to. If I remember correctly, it was an inquiry why the town was reconsidering opening up their airport, and we went up to their public hearing. So I think that's the closest meeting we've had with the town of Fox Creek.
And as I understand it, the town has not chosen to invest in reopening its airport, the town of Fox Creek. Is that correct?
I don't know.
But ultimately, you've never reached any agreement with Fox Creek to have them contribute anything to the Whitecourt Airport?
That's correct.
If you turn to page 122 of your witness statement.
One 2.
In the second paragraph on this page of the report, it says, Whitecourt Airport is an important part of the regional economy. including Woodlands County, the town of Whitecourt, the town of Fox Creek, and the MD of Greenview. Has it been your understanding as well, Mr. Frank, that the airport benefits other municipalities beyond the county and the town of Whitecourt?
Isn't my understanding
Yes.
that it benefits?
Yes.
Yes.
If you turn, Mr. Frank, to page 163 of your statement.
163.
Yes.
I have it.
So part 7 of WSP's report outlines different ownership options for the airport. And I can give you a minute to look at that before I ask you questions about this.
Are you referring to 7.3 in particular, so that just that statement, not 7?
My question, Mr. Frank, and then you can take time to review it so it's helpful, is I want to confirm whether the county has taken steps to explore any of the alternative ownership options that are outlined in the report. So you can review what those are in this section, but my question is whether the county has taken any steps to explore those potential ownership options.
No.
Okay.
County accepted the master plan as information.
All right. So to date, the county hasn't taken any steps to look into those other ownership options that are outlined here.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Frank, I want to look at the budget consultation survey that you included in your witness statement. So can you turn to page 271?
I have it in front of me.
These are the survey results from the county's budget consultation in October 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the top of the page, it indicates that 155 people completed the survey. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Was the survey sent to all county residents?
I would assume so.
Mr. Frank, where you describe this in your evidence statement back at paragraph 19 on page 7.
Could you repeat that?
Page 7, paragraph 19. Is that correct, Mr. Ward?
Yes, that's right. This is where you've referred to that tab. In the second sentence of paragraph 19, you say, it shows the number and names of the different municipalities with which the county is engaged intermunicipally and where the county residents live. I just want to be clear, if we go back to page 271, with respect to that pie chart and the percentages that are outlined, that represents the number of respondents to the survey who reside in each area and not the percentage of the actual population that lives in each of those areas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you go ahead in the survey to page 274, This page summarizes the survey results to ask whether county residents want to see a service level increased, maintained as is, or decreased in different areas. Is that correct?
The question is, which of the following tax strategies support the following programs or services? And so there's 3 options.
Right. And so the 3 options that were given to survey respondents was either to say they want to reduce the level of service, maintain it, or enhance the level of service.
That's what it says.
Okay. And so where we see with respect to the airport, 45.8% in green, that indicates that 45.8% of respondents wanted to reduce the level of service at the airport. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
And would you agree, Mr. Frank, that among all the areas surveyed, more people responded that they wanted to reduce the level of service provided by the airport than with respect to any other area surveyed?
No.
Is there any other one of the areas where more than 45.8% of respondents indicated they wanted to reduce the level of service?
So, sorry. So the question, sorry, I misunderstood the question. So what you're saying is there any other area reduced more than 45%?
That's correct.
I have to look. Let me.
You would agree with me, Mr. Frank?
I said no. Sorry. Again.
Yeah, so I think your question, Mr. Ward, respectfully was, is there anything with a higher number?
Oh,
And
I'm sorry.
no, so I think your second answer, your second question, I think you would agree that it was a no answer that you wanted.
Yes, I apologize. Thank you. All right, I am cognizant we only have less than 10 minutes left. I have a few questions on the Regional Solid Waste Authority that I don't think will take very long. Are you comfortable if I turn to that area before we conclude for the day?
Sure, from the general statement, you mean that portion of the general statement, is that where you're going?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Ward, Mr.
yeah.
Frank, I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Direct us to a specific paragraph. I'm just jumping back and forth in here with you, so you might know.
Well, sure. But before we get there, Mr. Frank, you would agree that the town and the county have established a Regional Solid Waste Authority?
We have an agreement.
Okay. Under the agreement that establishes the Regional Solid Waste Authority, am I correct that the town has one more voting member on the board than the county?
Has one more voting member?
That's correct.
Yeah, it has 3-2. Yes.
Okay, so the board is made up of 3 members from the town and 2 from the county in terms of voting members.
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that under the terms of the Regional Solid Waste Authority, the town is responsible for a larger portion of the deficits incurred by the authority?
Yes.
And maybe I can take you to page 71 of your witness statement.
I have it.
All right, paragraph 6C indicates that the municipality shall contribute to the deficit cost of operating the regional landfill on a prorated per capita basis, calculated on the current population of the town and the current population of the municipal district. And the reference to the municipal district is now to Woodlands County, I take it, Mr. Frank?
Yes,
And would you agree with me that the population of the town is greater than the population of the county?
that is correct.
And this continues to be the basis upon which each party is responsible for funding any deficit costs associated with the landfill?
That is correct.
Can I refer you to paragraph 65 of your witness statement? That's on page 16. At the end of paragraph 65, Mr. Frank, you say that the town and county shared liability for some Alberta environment regulatory offenses. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you indicate that AEP apportion liability equally to each of the town and county. Do you see that?
yes, I do.
Have you reviewed Mr. Smeal's rebuttal evidence that addresses the issue of the liability for those regulatory offenses?
Yes,
And do you agree with Mr. Smeal that 69.6% of the fines were assessed against the town and the remaining 30.4% were assessed against the county?
so if the question you're relating to in my statement that it indicated Alberta Environment laid equal blame for between the two municipalities. But yes, the town did pick up the share in accordance with the agreement. So they're two different statements.
Wasn't in fact that apportionment of liability captured directly in the order that resolved those regulatory offenses?
Sorry, can repeat the question?
You indicated, Mr. Frank, that the town agreed to pick up that share of liability, but isn't it in fact the case that the court order allocated responsibility on the basis of those percentages?
That is correct. Sorry if I indicated that town agreed. It was a court ordered, yes.
All right, Ms. House. I'm 1 minute early before 2, but those are all my questions on the Solid Waste Authority. So that may be a logical break as we are at 1:59.
Yes, okay. Mr. Frank, you're going to have to be back with us again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please don't discuss your evidence with anyone in the meantime. Anything else we need to deal with, council, before we leave for the day?
Ms. Roberts, you indicated that tomorrow, as again, I do expect to finish before our lunch break with Mr. Frank. Would you like to proceed in questioning Ms. Loberg tomorrow? I have confirmed she could be available for that.
Yes, and what I'll do is I will try to get back to you within the hour about the specific subject matters that I'd like to deal with tomorrow. It may or may not be all of them.
Okay, I assume though, your plan is not to question and then bring her back later. It would just be a question of
carry on to the next day.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. So Ms. House, once Ms. Roberts gets back to us, we can confirm the schedule for you for tomorrow. Although I suspect it will be just that, Mr. Frank and then Ms. Loberg, but we can confirm that with you.
I think that's probably fair to say. I just am not sure. Do you have I don't know if you have a sense, Mr. Ward, about how long you might be with Mr. Frank tomorrow. So that probably would be a factor.
I mean, I think I will finish before lunch. I think I will be more than an hour I'm bad at narrowing my estimate to more than that, but you will certainly have the afternoon after the lunch break to start with your witness.
Okay, and I suspect we're probably gonna start with water, wastewater, I can tell you that right now, I'm just guessing, I know that for sure, I don't know where else we'll get to, we've got a few statements from her, so, but I'll get back to you, at least you know that to get started.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, thank you all very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.